before they could get established. And now that becomes another flaming front or a finger of that fire that you have to worry about that could gain momentum as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying to see those fire whirls or fire tornadoes. We've seen a couple of them actually this morning alone.
Yeah, Marcel, I don't believe that you have a monitor in your helicopter. So just so you know, we do have that image of the earlier fire tornado that we captured on camera, that you captured. We're showing our viewers what that looks like.
When this fire, it creates like its own weather system, as you explained. I do want to ask you this before we get to our reporter on the ground. You gave us the whole lay of the land. From what you have seen, from your experience covering these fires, what do you think about the potential of this fire reaching the 405 freeway and the Sepulveda Pass?
Mark, it's hard to say right now. I think the 405 freeway is a tough sell. I mean, there would have to be a dramatic weather change. I'm not saying I could predict that. I'm just saying, as far as I look at it right now, I think they're going to make a strong effort to prevent it from coming out of Mandeville Canyon. And fortunately enough, we're in the 7 o'clock hour. It's becoming daybreak. I think we'll see in the 8 o'clock hour a large contingency of fixed-wing aircraft putting retardant lines in Mandeville Canyon to prevent this fire from getting to the 405.
We're really hoping that that daylight really helps those fire crews out there in terms of their firefighting strategy. I did have a question for you, Marcel. I mean, earlier you were mentioning that this is an imminent threat to all those homes there in Brentwood. How many homes would you say are very much at risk here on the fire line?
I just have to take a brief minute to come out. And I mean, we're talking about in Brentwood proper there, you have to have thousands of homes that are right there next to the Getty. So I'm panning to the left. You'll see that's like San Vicente and Santa Monica proper, and this is Brentwood. Many people are familiar with, here's the Getty. And so as I pan back towards where the fire is, we're talking about the communities that are just below or outside of Sullivan and Mandeville Canyon. Those are the ones that are going to be impacted in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
As you mentioned, thank goodness the winds are not as strong as we saw, for example, Tuesday into Wednesday, and we have seen some water drop. So let's keep that going. Marcel, we are going to continue our coverage, but stand by for a moment. Let's go to the ground. Eyewitness News reporter Monica DeAnda, she has been in this area throughout the morning, and what an ominous sight there behind you, Monica.
Yeah, Mark, Irene, again, we are off of Canyon Back Road, and I'll step out of the way to give you guys a better look. Now that the sun is out, you can see a huge plume of smoke. It's really filled the area just off to our left. Good news is it hasn't moved closer toward us. Separating that hillside and us is the Mandeville Canyon. So just to give you a little bit of a perspective there, we know that overnight there was a huge concern because the fire began to move northeast. So that prompted some evacuations over in the Brentwood area, also in Encino. People, were getting that warning to be ready to go. So we've been seeing copters overhead making some drops. So we have water drops this morning, the air support. We've been seeing that since about 5 o'clock this morning. So that is some good news, but you can still see this huge cloud of smoke here, the plume really filling the air. Good news, these spot fires that we seem to see out here over on the hillside seem to be smaller, but they are still pretty consistently spread out throughout the area here. I want to get to some video now and show you what it looked like when Air 7 was overhead last night. Take a look. You can see those flames there on the ridgeline. We also want to show you some video of the moment that firefighters were forced to retreat as the flames inched closer to them, even leaving behind some equipment at one point in order for them to get to safety. So as you can tell, the firefight far from over. More than 21,000 acres have burned. We got an update here that the fire is 11% contained, so a little bit of progress there, but of course a lot of people still concerned and still, ready to go at a moment's notice because of the fire. It could always move in different directions. Now, good news is this morning, the wind isn't that strong, right? Compared to a few days ago, it's dramatically different. So as we come back out here live, you're getting another look. Excuse me, there are still plenty of hot spots here just on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, but good news is we haven't seen it move closer toward this area. Right in front of us, again, we're on Canyon Back Road. There are a bunch of homes. So these are the people that overnight were really coming over here
and standing where we were looking off into the distance and really hoping that those flames weren't going forward. And right now it seems like things are in a good place, but of course things could change. So we're going to continue to be out here and keep a close eye on this. And we know that we are expecting an update from officials coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. For now, live near Mandeville Canyon, Monica Dan, back to you guys.
And Monica, before you go, I'm looking here at the map and reminding our viewers, I mentioned this during our 5 a.m. hour when you were on the scene there. You were our first reporter on the scene of this fire on Tuesday around 11 a.m. At that time, you were closer to Pacific Palisades. And correct me if I'm wrong, at that time, the fire was burning essentially the opposite direction. This is further to the east, the way that this fire has expanded basically in both directions and was never even in this area, of course, before, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And that's something that's really stood out, right, to all of us, and just how this fire has shifted with the wind and with different conditions that we've seen over the last few days, because where we were at on Tuesday was over there in Palisades off of Sunset Boulevard and Cary. That was my first spot when I first showed up to the scene. So really a lot of change. 21,000 acres, and it's continuing to expand. So keeping a close eye, but that's why a lot of people really, they've continuing to just follow this very closely, because you think you're in the clear, and the next thing you know, like I said, a lot of people in Encino, they were like, whoa, what's going on last night when they got that evacuation warning. We've been mentioning that all morning, is that how dynamic these wildfires really can be. When you see those wind speeds and those flames die down,
It doesn't necessarily mean that the fire is over or that it's in the clear, because things can change very quickly. I do want to ask you, Monica, as you've been covering this fire for the past couple of days, I mean, let's talk about wind speeds. Today, Niku has been mentioning that we are seeing a bit of a break in those harsh winds. Are you really feeling a difference there from where you are on the ground?
Yeah, Irene, that's a really good point, right? Because I know that you were also out here on the ground a few days ago, and we could really feel those winds. They were playing a huge role. We saw embers flying at one point, and that is not the case today. Firefighters really getting a chance to make some good progress today. We know that the wind speeds are going to remain kind of favorable for most of the day, so that is encouraging. That's really helping right now firefighters be able to make some progress here, hopefully. And in terms of those embers, I mean, you mentioned that as well. When those winds kick up, you can visibly see them shoot up into the sky and sometimes arc and catch onto brush or trees. What are you seeing from your vantage point in terms of embers? Well, right here where we're located, there are no embers in the air, not even any ashes that we're seeing come down. So that's encouraging for this area, but I know that it's different across different places, right? Closer to Palisades, when I was there yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me, there were a lot of ash coming down, and those embers were still kind of jumping around, and that's why neighbors who were living in that area were watching, concerned, trying to make sure it didn't spread to their home. But today, where we're at our vantage point here off of Mandeville Canyon, it's looking good so far. No ash and no embers flying, so that's good news.
Okay, Monica, thank you. Hang tight as we continue here with this extended coverage. Again, we have broken into Good Morning America because of this new increased risk impacting the Brentwood area. We'll get back to you. In the meantime, we do want to check on the weather forecast, the winds, and what may be fueling some of this, and what is next. Nico Kazori is in for Tony this morning. And Nico, this is certainly concerning.
Absolutely, especially because it's just such a fluid situation. We were looking at those winds a little bit earlier. Yeah, they are calm, and the wind speeds, though, they've kind of shifted from that northeasterly wind direction to now more of a southerly flow. We have those southeasterly winds, and that really could be a reason why we saw from Air 7 why the fire has shifted further, and it's moving with that south direction. Right now, though, the wind speeds, they are calm, so the firefighters, I'm glad they do have this opportunity to get a good handle on that fire. We are seeing wind speeds in that Brentwood, Mandeville Canyon area anywhere between 5 to 10 to maybe even 15 miles per hour at times. But still, that's much better than the conditions that we were dealing with these last few days. So this is the time that the firefighters can really get a good grip on fighting this fire that has now turned more with that southerly direction. So we were looking, you can see even the helicopters. There's a lot of fight when it comes to the ground and the air. And I'm glad that that they have this window from now until at least early this afternoon to really fight those flames. And you can see as we go through the wind forecast, so this is a look at around today from this morning until this afternoon, the wind speeds, they're going to remain fairly calm, anywhere from the single digits to the teens. So that really gives the firefighters a good chance to fight those flames. But as we head into this evening, though, I'm really glad, especially with this recent flare up, I'm glad that we're not going to be seeing, we're not right now, we're not seeing those wind speeds that we're going to be seeing later this evening, because this evening we're going to start seeing those wind speeds start to pick up. And as we
Ramp up into the evening and overnight hours, we're going to see another round of those gusty northeasterly winds. We can see those wind speeds anywhere between 20 to 50 miles per hour possible at times as we head into Sunday morning. Here's a look at around Sunday, 2 in the morning. This is what we don't like to see. We don't like to see those oranges, the reds, the purple. That's not a good sign with those intense wind speeds. Again, not as intense as what we saw these last few days, but definitely breezier than what we are dealing with this morning. It makes it difficult for those firefighters to really get a good handle on the fire. So let's hope there's no breakouts later this evening or any spot fires, because the conditions tonight not favorable for fighting those fires. But as we head into Sunday, though, here's a look, a little bit of relief. Sunday morning, the wind speeds back to where they should be, at least as far as calm levels go. So again, we're going to be seeing those wind speeds tomorrow anywhere. It's going to be in the teens from 10 to 15 miles per hour, at least in the morning. And it should stay relatively calm. We could see a random wind gust anywhere between 20 to 30 miles per hour throughout the day tomorrow. But as we head into Monday, Monday is going to be when we have another chance, another round of those Santa Ana winds coming our way. And with those, that next chance of those Santa Ana winds, we can see those wind speeds anywhere between 20 to 40 miles per hour. You can see those reds, the oranges, the purples return back into our forecast. Pacific Palisades right now, though, the wind speeds, they're looking okay. So decent time for the firefighters to get a good handle on this fire there. But air quality definitely starting to, those red zones definitely starting to increase compared to what we looked at just about an hour ago. The red spots really weren't this big, but now, especially with these flare-ups and more spot fires, we are starting to see that air quality start to kind of just get more affected by that. That's why we have more of those unhealthy zones. So definitely keeping our eyes on these wind speeds, the wind direction especially too, because like I said, from this morning, we went from more of a northeasterly flow where it kind of helped. The fire was going more toward the sky. It was going more northerly, but now it's moved toward that southerly direction. So Mark and Irene, definitely something that we will be keeping our eyes on. Like I said, at least the wind speeds, though, they're in the single to teens, but anywhere between 5 to maximum 50 miles per hour this morning. And that really helps.
Absolutely. That being said, tell us about how it's moving.
Yes, Mark. This is the Westridge community in Brentwood, and you're exactly correct. You're less than 100 feet or so, 200 feet. But one thing I could say, the fire department is here. They are poised. They are ready. They have strike teams in place in this whole community. They knew this fire was coming this way. They're ahead of it, and my expectations are they're going to put up a big firefight here. We are going to witness many homes that are going to be saved because of their preparations. Like we talked about earlier, we're very, very lucky this is not a wind-fueled fire. This is more of a topography-fueled fire or a terrain-driven fire. So it's moving a lot slower today than we've seen over the past week, and that is the one benefit. So we are going to see it. We're at ground zero right now. Let me just back out to give you some more perspective. That's the Westridge community again. That's the end of Sullivan Canyon next to Mandeville Canyon. And so you're looking, that is kind of, if you're in Westwood and you're
excuse me, if you're in Brentwood and you're looking up towards the canyons in between Encino and actually Brentwood, those are the two major canyons that run through here. Here's the Getty Center down to my bottom left here. And so you could see there was some concern of the fire. And Mark, you asked me earlier, how far are we from the 405? And from when we last talked, the fire's moved a bit, but you could see it's still not blowing through the canyon like they experienced on Tuesday. And that is something to be grateful for. We're not out of harm's way. If you're in Brentwood, please, the ready, set, go, now is time to go.
Absolutely, Marcel. You can tell just from how the smoke is sitting. It's sitting more upright rather than blowing across the area. So we're not seeing as gusty of a pattern as we were a few days ago. But still, how close that fire is to that neighborhood, showing extreme concern. We are glad to see those firefighters on the back of that property, lining that street there, so they are prepared. But man, if this fire moves to this neighborhood, it would not be good for thousands of homes there. So we're really hoping that they can handle this. I mean, just a few minutes ago, the flames were sitting on top of the hill, and it has definitely moved down into that canyon just within a matter of minutes. So it is inching closer and closer to those homes. But it really is concerning to see how close it has gotten to those homes within the past hour.
Yeah, and Marcel, tell us if you can, from your vantage point, the water drops that we're seeing. I've seen a helicopter go by a couple minutes ago. Are there a lot of resources in place? What's happening?
I think I've counted about 4 or 5 water dropping helicopters, both Type 1 and Type 2. Those are capable of, up to some of the Type 1 helicopters, the Chinooks that we saw passing by. Those are capable of delivering up to 3,000 gallons. Typically, the LA City runs an Augusta 139. They drop about 480 gallons. And I've seen them doing continuous drops on the head of this fire all throughout the night, and definitely throughout the morning. One thing is you don't get fixed-wing aircraft at night just because of the danger of that. But now that it's daybreak, they have requested a number of fixed-wing aircraft for immediate need. And so any aircraft that's in Southern California area that's available, this is going to be the priority fire, and they're going to be headed this way. They're going to request some additional help from helicopters that are close by and get as many of those high-capacity water droppers possible so that they can knock the head of this fire down and protect this Westgate community in Brentwood.
And for those of you who are just joining us, these flames, you're taking a look at flames very close to this Brentwood neighborhood. And Marcel has been monitoring all of this from overnight as well as this morning. Right now, we're taking a look at an isolated spot fire here. What we've been seeing this morning is those embers catching onto that dry brush and causing these isolated incidents. So very troubling there in terms of that being in the middle of the neighborhood, still in the hilly area. But
this is what you worry about. It's spotting out in front of itself now. And so this has been the priority where they've called any water dropping helicopter they have on scene right now. They're going to try to knock this spot down that's ahead of it so it doesn't get established and they're able to focus on the flaming front.
Yeah, that's really concerning. Now, that being said, here it comes. Maybe this will be a water dropper. Obviously, they're aware of it.
Yes, sir.
Spots like that, is it the wind that did that, or simply, I mean, the fact, because now it's kind of surrounding that whole neighborhood.
Right. You're definitely right, Mark. This is a wind, even though the wind is light as far as what we're talking about as a prescriptive measure. Yeah, but now we're at a point where the fire begins to make its own weather.
Right.
And the fire is going to make its own wind. And you notice that by looking at the plume of smoke. The plume of smoke is bent over. It's not going straight up as it gets into the actual atmosphere. And that's a good indicator that if it's going in that direction, that it's creating its own wind. And that being said, creating its own wind, it'll tend to spot out ahead of itself, especially when you're dealing with flashy fuels like we see here. So this will be a priority. You saw an LA County Fire helicopter that was capable of over 1,000 gallons of water that they're going to probably drop on this spot.
As we look at this and as we watch this with you real time, for our viewers watching this morning, there's so much concern all across the area. The other concern was the north end of this in the San Fernando Valley for people like Encino. I know you can't see that side completely right now.
Let me show it to you, Mark. This is Encino.
Set the stage for us. Like, how concerned should those people be? That's much reduced, right?
When you're in this state, I would say don't drop your guard. If you've evacuated, don't go back home, because we've all heard these stories. Wildfires are not predictable. They could be going south and the next minute turn north, right? So just because it is pointing the other direction, because look at just last night, Encino was threatened. Everybody, this is where the priority was, that everybody was worried that Encino was going to be impacted, and here we are almost 12 hours later, and now the fire has completely changed directions, and now here we are at this Westgate community in Brentwood. And you can see this particular community has canyons on either side of it, and now it is starting to engulf this community on both sides. We noticed that spot fire earlier on the west side of the community, as well as on the east side of the community. You'll see. But I will point out, Mark, we've been watching this for a while, and let's just look at the rate of spread. It's not tremendously super fast, but it's still concerning.
Yeah, it's still inching closer towards that neighborhood, and we hadn't seen that fire move behind the homes, behind that community earlier, and now it seems to be spreading that way in terms of spot fires. Can you talk about the spot fires that you've seen throughout this morning, as well as instances like the fire whirls or the fire tornadoes that have been cropping up this morning?
Yes. Whenever you're dealing with a fire in this type of vegetation, which meaning the type of plants that are burning, we're dealing with a lot of native plants here, chaparral and chamise, which are referred to by the fire department as light flashy fuels or moderate fuels. Those types of fuels, when they're burning, they tend to burn very hot. When they're burning very hot, you'll see a column of smoke that'll go straight up. It'll be dark. It'll be very ominous, and that will in tune create its own fire weather when it gets hot enough. When that fire weather gets hot enough, you start to see erratic fire behavior. That erratic fire behavior is noticed when you have these little tornadoes people see. Oh, it's a fire-nado or a smoke-nado. Those little tornadoes are a good indicator that we're dealing with some erratic fire behavior that has the potential to swirl up that heat and that vortex and spit those embers out in front of itself. So perfect example right here, this little spot fire down canyon, it doesn't have any connection with the main head of the fire. However, some embers were spit above and forward of the fire, and now it's creating. And that's how a fire advances in most of these cases. Last night, we were well into where the fire had not advanced into Sullivan Canyon. Now, not only do we have the fire well established in Sullivan Canyon, but we also, I'm going to take a quick break here. This is a 3,000 gallon air tanker. This is a tanker that's coming in to save the day here. They're going to drop 3,000 gallons of water on the head of this fire. And just tremendous to see that these resources are available. This one's actually based out of Van Nuys. And there you go. Boom, 3,000 gallons dropped at the head of the fire, trying to stop that momentum of the flaming front.
What a godsend, absolutely. That being said, have you seen that chopper yet this morning, or is that the first drop that you've seen?
That's the first drop I seen from that chopper this morning. That helicopter, I was actually surprised to see it just now. It was up working night operations all night last night. So just to give you some semblance of how serious this is, they woke that crew up, got a new crew, got it staffed, and got it out here immediately, because we're dealing with that serious of a situation here where we need immediate resources. We need them right now, because as you can see, that small spot fire we were looking at earlier, here it is. It's starting to establish itself a little bit just alongside of these structures here. And very well, you'll probably see the next drop will probably be on the spot if it begins to take hold.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that that's going to be a priority for them next. But how phenomenal to see those water resources being used in real time, and we watch those flames, those active flames, just dissipate as soon as those 3,000 gallons hit them. So we're taking a look at the chopper, seeing what they do next, and we also, Marcel, have firefighters who are poised right on the fire line in terms of the backyards of those homes, just in case those flames start to make their way onto the property. But they are ready and they're poised. It looks like they're also on the street there as well behind those homes. So they are ready to go just in case something happens.
And this is where all the importance of your preparation comes in. If you have prepped your home for wildfires, and you would anticipate that, or I would go out on a limb to say these individuals that live in the canyons of Southern California, they are actually probably the most, they're the most ready for a thing like this. And when you talk about prepping your home and getting it ready, having some defensible space, having some non-flammable vegetation that is alongside your home to slow the fire down, that's going to be where the true test is, and that's going to be make the difference between firefighters being able to save your home and your home being lost. It's all in the preparation. And if these homes are prepared like most of the fire department has indicated or asked them to do, we're going to see a valiant firefighting effort. And after this flaming front passes, you'll see many of these homes still standing because of that preparation.
We sure hope so. And I believe from the notes that I've seen, if I'm correct, this specific area was under an evacuation warning, but around 7 p.m. last night, I believe that this area became mandatory. That being said, from your vantage point, you haven't seen like any additional like cars leaving or any kind of panic. It seems to be cleared out, right? Or do you see any backlog on the street below? Any signs of that situation?
Mark, I do not. I was looking for that. After the tragedy that happened on Tuesday where people panicked, they didn't have the time, they got out last minute. I mean, the images of the bulldozers clearing cars out of the way so that they can make room for fire department personnel, and people feeling the despair that they jumped out of their cars and actually ran
providing them with additional resources that they may need. If our residents need to take a missing report, our deputies will do that at that point. I encourage you, if you believe somebody's missing, go there, talk to the deputies. We will assist you in any which way that we can. Regarding deaths at this point, and again, this information continues to change. Be patient with us. We have confirmed 11 deaths in our jurisdiction. Again, that does not include LAPD and Pasadena. This is just LA County Sheriff's area of responsibility. 8 in the Eaton Fire
and 3 in the Palisades County area. We also have reports for 13 missing individuals. Are those related or not? Maybe, maybe not. We hope to find everybody safe. We want to bring closure to the family.
Families. Family assistance centers are open to provide information to people looking for missing and family and friends, and they will be comprised of the Office of Emergency Management, Sheriff's personnel, Los Angeles Police Department, Red Cross, Medical Examiner, and the Department of Mental Health for the County of Los Angeles. These centers will provide information to families and victims regarding this mass casualty event. A couple of other things, and I'll wrap up here. I know it's a lot of information, but there's a lot going on, and we're really, really busy. Donations. We talk about arrest. We talk about the sad things going on, but I got to tell you, I have been getting a ton of phone calls and inquiries from good people who want to help. They want to donate. So they want to help the people impacted in the disaster. If you are in a position to be able to lend support to countless people who have been left with little or nothing, please contact the Emergency Network of Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org. The last 2 things more. One, if you haven't heard, we were scheduled to have an NFL playoff game here Monday night at SoFi Stadium, the Rams versus the Vikings. The decision was made to move that game. It is now going to be taking place in Glendale, Arizona. I'd really like to thank the NFL and Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, who looked at the situation and understood that that would be a draw on more resources, both from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Inglewood Police Department, LA County Fire, and other law enforcement partners. We're in the crisis. Those resources need to go elsewhere. Last thing I will mention is if you need more updates on evacuations or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I will now be introducing Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. Yesterday morning, the federal government declared a federal public health emergency. And in alignment with the federal government, Los Angeles County Public Health has done the same. Among other things, this emergency will assist with staffing ratios at our medical facilities, both residential and at our hospitals, and ensure displaced residents have access to the necessary medications and prescriptions. In addition, there will be a focus on the health and safety of our first responders to ensure
that they remain healthy while they are protecting our communities. All of the emergency proclamations I have signed as the chair of the board, along with our local public health emergency declaration, will be ratified on Tuesday in our motion that I have co-authored with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We have received an overwhelming amount of support and outpouring of assistance from all corners of the county, state, and quite frankly, the nation. It is paramount that we appropriately harness and utilize these resources to maximize the benefit to the impacted residents to address their most immediate needs. And let me go off script for a minute.
Last night when I got home, one of my dear friends lost everything. And I went on the GoFundMe page that was set up by his family. And I was shocked to find out that to give $500, they were going to charge me $95. So I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to find out if at the very least they can cut the cost in order to ensure that the money goes directly to the family. I think it's important for us to recognize that I know it's a company and they deserve to be able to pay for their overhead, but at the same time, we are in a crisis. These families are suffering. So again, I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to ask him to, at the very least, slash the amount of money that's costing to give to people in need. To that end, with the fact that we are looking at how to best harness and utilize these resources, a motion which is going to be co-authored with Supervisor Horvath is going to include a directive to our Chief Executive Officer to immediately work on the development, oversight, and draft parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor to provide flexible spending that supports the most impacted individuals in the communities that have been devastated by these fires. On that note, I also want to take a moment to emphasize to our constituents that we will be here during the recovery process every step of the way. I've talked to people that want to know when they can begin to rebuild. I'm directing our county departments to set up local assistance centers for residents who've lost their homes. These will be one-stop shops for resources on the ground and in the community. We are here for you, and we will be here for you throughout the entire time it takes to restore our neighborhoods impacted by the fires. We are going to rebuild LA, and we're going to rebuild it in a timely fashion. Lastly, I want to mention an important resource for those who've been displaced and in need to begin the claims process. All our LA County libraries and their staff are available for displaced residents to use computers and internet access to complete the FEMA and assessor claim forms. We have also engaged the assessor to provide a warm line for the library to get questions quickly answered and resolved for residents. I continue to work with FEMA to address the problem that has occurred when people apply and they check the box that says they have insurance. Their claim is automatically denied. FEMA is aware of this glitch and is working to correct it. As soon as we get an update, I promise you we will provide that information. But I encourage everyone to go to any one of our libraries or go online if you have access to a computer to begin the claims process with FEMA. And if you have any issues, be patient. We are working day and night to make sure that we get you the answers. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your strong, clear, and resolute leadership in this time of crisis. I know that people are concerned, and the united partnership of everyone standing here this morning is essential to ensuring that everyone remains safe and that we are able to move forward towards recovery in a united fashion. LA County had another night of unimaginable terror and heartbreak, and even more Angelenos evacuated due to the northeast expansion of the Palisades fire. I want to thank all of you who have
and are swiftly evacuating. Your cooperation is essential to keeping you, your loved ones, and our first responders safe. The evacuation order from last night includes Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning area is the south border is Sunset Boulevard east, Bellagio Road, Roscomare Road, north Mulholland Drive, and west 405 freeway. On the south, Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard, east 405, north Ventura Boulevard, and west Louise Avenue. And this area includes the Encino Reservoir. New evacuation shelters are now open in Van Nuys and Canoga Park to provide immediate support for those who've been displaced, including our veteran community from the North VA campus. Overnight, the American Red Cross and field teams from every city, county, state, and federal district were mobilizing on the ground to help move safely our evacuated residents into safety. It was simply astonishing seeing people come together in these wee hours to protect our residents. I want to thank those who are on the front lines who work tirelessly to respond to fires that threaten our Topanga community. The past 2 days, including aerial support and boots on the ground, Your swift actions have made incredible difference for our residents, and this focus has been necessary, critical, and impactful. I specifically want to thank Chief Maroney, Captain Drew Smith, and Captain Jen Situ for your partnership in making Topanga a top priority in firefighting efforts. In response to the ongoing fire, we've declared a local health emergency, as the chair shared, and this is effective county-wide. This also includes prohibiting the use of power air blowers, which can spread harmful ash and smoke particles. And the motions that Supervisor Barger indicated also include a funding program for those impacted. We know that while we are fighting on the immediate term, we also know longer term we have to start getting those systems in place. We are hearing the concern from our residents that we won't be able to move swiftly, so we are working in a coordinated fashion to ensure the systems that need to deliver for our residents are working together, and that we are securing the resources to swiftly get them to our residents. We're also urging residents to avoid ocean waters from Surfrider Beach to Dockweiler State Beach due to contamination caused by the fires. Please prioritize your health and follow these guidelines. Also, as Chair Barger mentioned, we introduced a local proclamation of emergency to be ratified at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. This will also cut through red tape so county departments can respond more effectively, give Cal OES the ability to provide recovery assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, and unlock critical state and federal resources. At my request yesterday, Senator Schiff reached out to Secretary Mayorkas and FEMA to investigate the emergency alert issue that Director McGowan spoke about. And I want to thank the Senator, the Secretary, FEMA, and the White House who communicated directly their immediate partnership with us to diagnose and address the telecommunication errors. We know this issue is serious, it is frustrating, it has added chaos to an already catastrophic crisis. Some mobile carriers have confirmed that the issue is cleared on their systems. We are waiting for that confirmation from additional mobile carriers, and we will continue to fix this issue. I know these are incredibly challenging and devastating times for our community, but I want to remind everyone, we are here for you. You see partnership in every shelter, incident command post, and across our resilient and beautiful county. Together, we will rebuild and recover. Remember, all mandatory evacuation orders and warnings, in addition to all emergency information, can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov. And some of the statistics that you've heard on arrests and acreage and others are focused on the statistics that LA County provides. We also know that our local partners in the city of Los Angeles, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and others have their additional statistics as it relates to arrests and the work that they are doing on the ground. We are working in a unified command situation, and we want to make sure that the information we are providing you is accurate. We appreciate our partners who are working with us collaboratively to ensure the safety of all. Please continue to check and follow all evacuation orders for the safety of you and your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. We also want to recognize a few individuals that have joined us at today's press conference. We have with us State Board of Equalization Chair Antonio Vasquez, and also Senator Ben Allen, and we are also joined this morning by U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore-Merrill. Thank you for being here. We will now transition to question and answer with the press. Does anyone have a question?
And oh, sorry. This is for the sheriff. Can I just take this so it's on camera? Okay, thank you. Some communities that have been closed off, such as Altadena, are letting residents back in to collect important items from what remains of their homes. They were told that they'd need to present important paperwork to get back in, but some residents we've spoken to say that they lost those documents in the fire. What should those residents do to get back to their homes?
Well, number one, I feel for anybody who was impacted by this event. So I would recommend that they go to the Family Assistance Center that we've set up. I can give more information at the end about the location. I think I gave the address sooner, but please go there, engage our employees, and I can assure you we will do everything we can to assist them with their critical needs. But I do want to repeat something. I know people are frustrated. Any of us would be frustrated if you want to get back to your own home. When we say you can't do this, it is based on their safety and the safety of others trying to get in and out. So be patient with us. As soon as we can get people safely back in, it will be a top priority for us. Thank you for the question.
Right here in the middle. And please, when you're asking your question, if you can state your name and which media outlet you're with.
Simon Bowie, CBS Network News. A couple of questions. In the days in advance of the catastrophe on Tuesday, the event was described as a potentially life-threatening event with catastrophic potential outcomes. I'm curious to know if there were any efforts taken on behalf of county officials, especially considering what's happened to Altadena, in advance of the event, to request assistance from other municipalities throughout the state or other states in general to send fire apparatus to us. And was that done? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yes, I've communicated at the previous press conferences the actions that the LA County Fire Department took in advance and during this fire siege. We did communicate with state agencies. We did communicate with our region partners. We communicated with the LA County Fire Departments. We did upstaff the department. We did pre-position resources. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday morning, the 7th, prior to 7 a.m., I gave permission to hold over the off-going shift of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Every day we staff 900 firefighters throughout our communities out of 176 fire stations. And at 7 a.m. or thereabouts, we held over the off-going shift, and we've now had a firefighting force of 1,800 firefighters. We staffed all available reserve apparatus prior to the start of the Palisades fire. I did everything in my power to make sure that we had enough personnel and resources before the first fire started. I alerted my board via memo regarding the situation prior, and on Wednesday, I recalled all LA County firefighters back to work. Not only 2 shifts, all 3 shifts. I was the one that made the call to the State Office of Emergency Services. I requested 250 additional engine companies consisting of 1,000 personnel. The state OES went to outside states, the western United States, for additional resources to be brought into California, to be brought into LA County. We have national and international firefighters, Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire. So it wasn't for a lack of preparation and decision-making that resulted in this catastrophe. It was a natural disaster.
Thank you. We have Sheriff Luna. Then we'll get to your follow-up.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. I just want to add from the law enforcement side and really from the county family side, and I'm going to start off by really talking about Kevin McGowan, who's back here, because he's our Director of Office of Emergency Management, and he had all county departments on a phone call as we were getting the weather updates. And as we were getting them, they were getting worse. So obviously we did everything we could to plan for the worst. I don't think any of us anticipated it was going to be this bad. And as you see, we're making history here, and not all for the right reasons, right? From a weather perspective, climate perspective, and all those things. But from the law enforcement perspective, we made sure that we had our resources in place. I was on the phone with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state. We were in communication with the California Highway Patrol. We were already putting things in place along with our other partner law enforcement agencies in LA County, which includes my multi-daily conversations with Chief Jim McDonald from the Los Angeles Police Department. So there were a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts. But remember this, for anybody who's watching, we weren't dealing with one fire. We weren't dealing with two fires. We were dealing with multiple incidences all around our county. And I got to tell you, from a first responder perspective, we're still answering 911 calls. We are still responding to people who are asking for help throughout the entire county of Los Angeles. So I'd just like to throw this out. And you're going to ask tough questions. We need to answer those tough questions. But man, I'm telling you, I am so proud, and I could speak from the policing side of it, our deputy sheriffs, because most of them haven't had a day off. Most of them haven't seen their families, but they're out there. I've run across many of my employees who have tears in their eyes because they're seeing the devastation, and it's impacting them. It's impacting their families. Not to mention, I've spoken to at least 4 of my employees who have lost their houses, total losses, and I'm getting more of that every day. So I just want to throw that out as we're talking about our preparedness and what we're doing and next steps. This event is unprecedented, and I'm really proud to be part of this county family and the partnerships that we have in the region and the state. I believe our mutual aid systems are second to none in the entire United States.
Your follow-up? Can I just add one thing onto that? And Chief Maroney, you touched on it. I was at the Rose Bowl yesterday, and that is the command center where all the different agencies are positioned. And I had the opportunity to talk to firefighters throughout the state from CAL FIRE, but also from Kern County, from Santa Clara, and they were talking about the fact that this is a year-round situation, and they stand ready at a moment's notice to drop everything, and they commit to, what I was told, 14 days at any incident. So this is an example of mutual aid, but this is going on constantly, and we are always prepared. And to Chief Maroney's point, even before this fire broke out, they were preparing, knowing that the Santa Ana winds were coming. So we were prepared for what we believe to be a very dire situation. And so I also want to thank you, Chief Maroney, because you did alert us, and you had an all-hands-on deck working with the sheriff. So I just want to make that point clear.
Thank you, Supervisor. Follow-up? Did you have a follow-up question? Did you? Your follow-up question? Okay, over here in the back.
Hi, Morgan Windsor with ABC News. My question is for Sheriff Luna. Can you provide an update on the ongoing investigations into the fires, into the cause of the fires, and also are you able to share what potential ignition sources investigators are looking into right now?
Yes. As I stand here right now, from the last update I have, it is still absolutely an extremely active and fluid investigation. And what I mean by that is not only do I have assigned detectives working on the multiple fires, but we are working in collaboration with LA County Fire, LA City Fire, the Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and the ATF. And they are meeting as we speak. And I can tell you this, that we don't want any gaps in information. Any and every clue is important. And it does give me an opportunity at this point to say this to all of you. If anybody out there has any information on anything suspicious, maybe there's a conversation, maybe there's a social media post, something that you think just doesn't sound right, get it to us. We are not going to leave any rock unturned if this is a criminal act. If, I'm not saying it's going to be. If it is, we need to hold whoever did this or groups responsible. But we're not there yet. This could have been caused by other causes. But everything is absolutely on the table.
Thank you. One last question here in front.
Hi, Kirsten with KCAL News. Clarification on the alert system. Is it required for residents to go online and sign up? There's no automatic alert. I mean, some people don't have power or access to the internet to do that process. Will they be automatically notified at all if they are in that zone?
Yes, the system that we're partnering with the California Office of Emergency Services still has the ability to issue wireless emergency alerts through their process. That is the push notification that goes to cell phones. If people have, right now the best way, if you don't have access to sign up directly with through the internet onto the alert system, would be to call 211 and get assistance through that source.
Thank you. That's the end of our press conference.
To be clear, if I may, I just want to be clear. You don't have to sign up. You'll get the alerts automatically. Anything that you want in addition, I think what Director McGowan is saying is any clarification that people need, you can go online. If you can't go online, you can call 211, but the alerts are automatically being sent. And you also can't unsubscribe, which is, I know, been frustrating for people too. They want to shut the alerts off as they've been disturbing through that repetitive process.
Thank you for that. Thank you for joining us today. It's the end of our press conference. See you tomorrow at 0800.
Second, we are committed to working together on community recovery and rebuilding efforts. 3, we are focused on building an LAFD that reflects the needs of the community we serve and which will prepare us for the many challenges that are ahead of all of us. I will now provide an update on the current fires. Palisades Fire. Yesterday evening, there was a significant flare-up on the northeastern boundary of the fire, threatening Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas. We immediately redeployed resources from the San Fernando Valley to begin evacuation and extinguishment efforts with a relentless air attack utilizing all available aircraft in the area. I can now report that we have increased the fire's containment from 8% to 11% with 3,712 personnel that are assigned to this incident. The fire is now at 22,660 acres with all evacuation orders and warnings. They all remain in place. The Hearst Fire, 799 acres, 76% contained. 2 structures were damaged. 305 personnel are assigned to that incident. Sunset Fire, halted, and I want to focus on that word, halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100% contained due to the due diligence of our first responders that are out there doing their work. Currently in mop-up and patrol status and no active threat to the public. Now looking forward, over the next few days and into the next week, we will be facing another critical
to 6 a.m. Last night we arrested a total of 5 people for crimes. Obey the curfew order in effect in any evacuation order zone or evacuation warning zone within the City of Los Angeles will be physically booked for a violation of California Government Code Section 8665. A violation of curfew order is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine and potentially imprisonment for up to 6 months, or both. The countywide curfew order is enforceable in the City of Los Angeles by LAPD officers. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool that will help keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure, keeping looters out. This effort also helps protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and in very difficult circumstances. I want to reassure everybody that your safety and security of your property remains our top priority. We understand the stress and uncertainty you are feeling, and we're doing everything in our power to protect what matters to you. I urge you to continue following safety guidelines issued by our emergency management partners and abide by any security checks and screenings. These measures are in place to protect lives and to allow first responders to do their jobs more effectively. In closing, I want to thank our officers who continue to work extended hours in a challenging environment, the National Guard, and all of our partners, particularly our fire partners, for their tireless efforts in responding to this crisis. I also want to express my gratitude to our community for your resilience and your cooperation. We will continue to provide updates as the situation develops and remain steadfast in our mission to protect and serve. Thank you, and please stay safe. Now my honor to introduce FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep. Thanks. Well, let me start out by saying our hearts go out to everyone affected by the wildfires. And as our administrator yesterday said, we're committed to be here to help the community recover as long as it takes. One of the things that's important to us is having a strong relationship with not only the mayor, all communities in the state, and delivering assistance to those communities that have been affected. And we'll continue to make sure that we're here to do that. In addition to providing support on the response side, one of the areas that we're focusing now on our priority is to help those that have been affected by this event. And one of the ways we do that is through our individual assistance program. I want to start off with how to apply to that program. So the easiest way is to go to the website to disasterassistance.gov and apply there. You can also download the FEMA app and use that to apply. Or you can phone our 1-800-621-3362 number to apply for assistance. We've already had over 16,000 applications as of this morning, and we'll continue to take registrations into our system, and we'll be probably reaching out to many of those individuals. Those who have that are insured, I urge you to go ahead and call your insurance company first, as you'll need that information through the registration process with FEMA as you go through that application process. One of the positive things that have happened in some of the changes of our legislation is we can help those that are underinsured, which I suspect will be a significant need here from these fires. FEMA is starting to expedite serious needs assistance. It's a one-time payment that helps survivors with costs associated to disaster-related needs, such as whether it's water, food, infant formula, things you had to purchase as you evacuated, and that's a one-time payment. Other forms of assistance include displacement assistance to help with hotel costs, minimal repairs to your house, other needs assistance, costs for if you have medical bills from this event, the unfortunate funeral costs that will come for some. If you lost your car in this event, you could go ahead and put that in for assistance from FEMA. And then ultimately, as we've seen the great devastation and loss of housing, temporary housing, whether it be through our rental assistance programs or other forms of temporary housing that we'll work with the city, the county on, how to provide those in the best way that meets the needs of the community here. So I'm working closely with the state and county and the city to ensure that we bring not only the full weight of the federal government, but working with community partners to make sure that we bring the resources that are needed to help recover. We are sending staff out to the field to help individuals register for our program. We'll start with going to the shelters and some of the other places, and we'll expand out and help individuals that need help registering. However, I urge you to go to the 3 locations I gave you, register online or register through the 1-800 number, as it's better to register before coming in and asking for extra technical assistance. Ultimately, we will work with the county and the city to set up local assistance centers where we'll have in-processing centers to help with your application. Lastly, I just want to continue to reiterate, we are here for the long term. We're here to financially support the response costs and to help individuals recover from the fire, and have the full weight of the federal government behind me to support any needs that the state or the county or the city have in response to these fires. Thank you.
Next is SBA District Director Julie Qualis.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Thank you to all of our government officials, FEMA, and especially our first responders. Thank you so much for everything you are doing for the community. For those that are affected by these fires, my heart is with you. My team and I live here. We know what the challenges are ahead, and we're here to help you through that recovery process. SBA's disaster loan programs are open. They've been fully activated, and they are open, and people can apply today. The applications are available for homeowners, for renters, for businesses of all sizes, and for private nonprofits here in LA County. A quick overview of the programs for you. The Disaster Home Loan Program is loans to renters or homeowners to repair or replace disaster-damaged real estate and personal property, and this includes automobiles. Loan maximums are $500,000 for real estate and $100,000 for personal property, and this is for uninsured or otherwise non-compensated losses. Business physical disaster loans are also available for businesses of all sizes to repair or replace their disaster-damaged property, including the real estate, inventory, supplies, machinery, and equipment. Businesses of all sizes and nonprofit organizations are eligible to apply, and the loan maximums are $2 million. Economic injury disaster loans are available to small businesses and nonprofits as a way to provide working capital to help them meet their ordinary and necessary obligations that otherwise could have been met but for this fire. Loan maximums for this program are $2 million. Interest rates are extremely low, under 4%, and in some cases 2.56% for homeowners and renters. We have a 12-month deferment on interest and payments, and we are in the process of setting up some centers, but everyone is absolutely eligible to apply online today. SBA.gov/disaster will take you right to the info page and application. Also SBA.gov, we have banners on our homepage to direct you right to these resources as well. And you may also reach out through our customer assistance line at email box, at disaster customer service at SBA.gov. Again, disaster customer service at SBA.gov. And we also have our cadre of business advisors through small business development centers, women business centers, veteran business outreach centers, and SCORE, who are all over the county with free business assistance ready to support any business concerns you may have, from recovery and rebuilding to applying for any of the assistance we talked about today. Thank you.
Who is Lynette? Oh, there you are. Yes. Well, you know what? I think that the people in Palisades and in most of the areas have been doing everything they can. They've been responding to the evacuation orders. I think that it's critical that they do that. We know that those people who stay behind might not be able to get out. And I think that it's important that people pay attention to that. The good news is that the fires have been slowly being contained. I know that the Palisades area is one of the ones that is the most vulnerable for the winds to continue to spike up. And it's anticipated that the winds will kick up again at the beginning of the week. So having National Guard there, having law enforcement there is going to be very critical, because not only do we have to protect ourselves from the fires, but we also have to make sure that no one goes up there and attempts to loot, attempts to do anything that is inappropriate in the areas. Well, they need to pay attention to what the orders are. You know, in some of the areas they've been told to evacuate. I know that west of the 405, people are supposed to evacuate. I know east of the 405, it's a warning. So I think people need to pay careful attention to what the instructions are. And please, please, please not try to wait out the fires. Oh my goodness. Let me just say that, as you see here, the chief and I are lockstep in our #1 mission. And that mission is to get us past this emergency right now. We want to make sure that we save lives, we save housing, we save businesses, and if there are differences that we have, we will continue to deal with those in private. Thank you. No. First of all, I have no idea as to what he means when he says he's getting different answers from different people. But I have to tell you, I have a lot of concerns about every step of what has happened over the last week. Again, we have to stay focused on the #1 mission, which is getting through this crisis, keeping people safe. Examining what happened, I want a full investigation of every level. So I'll follow up with the governor to find out exactly what he means, but I do not know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come stand. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Well, I think, first of all, you have heard it directly from me. I'll give her an opportunity to repeat it again, that we have one mission, and that is going to be our sole focus. Now, prior to this, the chief and I have always been in regular communication, and we will continue to do that. Chief.
Thank you for that. I stand by my comments this morning, especially in this time of crisis. That #1 priority, with actually Chief McDonald, Madam Mayor, and myself, are all on the same page. And I don't know how to overstate that at this point. That's why we're all here today, is to make sure that the community, the people that we serve, understand exactly where the three of us are. And I think I know we've clearly articulated that this morning. So thank you for the question.
Well, let me just say that not only are there the resources and unlimited resources that the fire department, the police department need right now. We're not going to sit around and look at what we're going to spend on or not. If Chief McDonald calls me and tells me this is what he needs, if Chief Crowley calls me and tells me this is what we need, then that's what we'll do. But let me just also say that it's beyond Los Angeles. So the mutual aid component, I'm getting phone calls from all over the country, from people I served with in Congress who have now moved on to be governors. We have a number of different states, even Canada called.
But that is what happens in natural disasters. I know the chief and I think it was just a couple of months ago, we had a number of firefighters go around the country. Firefighters go around the country all the time to assist in natural disasters, and that's exactly what is happening. Now, let me add on to that to say that President Biden, Vice President Harris, the state leaders, and obviously the governor, but also the head of the state Senate, the head of the state assembly, they have all been calling us off the hook. I did a press conference yesterday, a Zoom press conference, the governor and I did, with the president and the vice president, for the president to reiterate over and over again. The fact that we're getting 100% reimbursement from FEMA is not something that is usual. But it is something that the president agreed to. So I feel confident that whatever support is needed, we will have. I have not heard from the incoming administration. However, I have reached out to some of my Republican colleagues. It is helpful that I serve with many people who now will be going through confirmation, so I'm in touch with my colleagues. Great, great. I received a message from the mayor of Paris, who I got to know, obviously, last summer, extending her concern and condolences. So yes, Mexico, Canada, all of North America coming together to deal with a natural disaster in this area that we have never seen before. Mm-hmm. You know, it's my understanding that that's not the way mutual aid works. But again, there is a long list of issues that need to be examined, dissected, investigated, evaluated. And if there are people who need to be held accountable, they will be. Thank you. Yes. Again, it's my understanding that that is not the way it works. When I spoke to the governor on Wednesday, it was beginning that process. But because in an event like this, you don't exactly know what's going to happen, but you don't mobilize 1,000 National Guard or 200 National Guard just in case. Well, I can certainly share my experience at UCLA when we were having all the protests there. And, the idea that we would have 200 police officers that were waiting around to go to a protest in UCLA, that's just not the way you mobilize troops. People are coming from all over the place. Well, you're talking 20, 30 years ago. I can't respond to that. Chief, would you?
Yeah. I mean, this is an unpredictable event. You have predictable wind coming. You don't know how the extent of that wind. You can't predict you're going to have a fire, and certainly nothing to this scale. Something like you mentioned the O.J. Simpson case. That's something that at that time, and I was there, it was predictable that the verdict was going to come out date certain, and so you could set up to be able to address whatever the issues were. But with natural disasters, it's a whole different ballgame. nobody can afford to send people to stand around for what may happen. We have to respond as quickly as we can when the need arises.
You know, once again, I will say that I have one mission right now, and the two of us, and frankly, all of us here, have one mission, and that's to save lives, to save homes, and to save businesses. That is going to be my focus. Any issues, opinions, differences, whatever I might have will be dealt with in private. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think you have an example here. Everybody standing here, we are absolutely doing everything we can to prepare. Knowing what has happened over the last few days, we will be prepared. Thank you.
That's it. So see me camping around here and there. Oh, the Hawaii, that's right. How are we doing?
No, just that.
Yeah, we're just sticking together, photons. I was here when it was bad on the other side of the mountain there, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. The reservoir is right around the corner.
have defensible space that fire crews are really trying to protect right now. But we have the fire being established now on the west side of Mandible Canyon, inching down the slope. The fire from did water Stone Canyon Reservoir, and they have multiple helicopters working on the area. You could see there a water drop, Stone Canyon Reservoir, picking up water from their aerial resources, their helicopters really. They're picking up water from Encino Reservoir, they're picking up water from Stone Canyon Reservoir, and they have multiple helicopters working on the area. You could see there a water drop on this particular home. I'm a little bit surprised to see that because the home was pretty much going up in flames already, so I'm surprised they did that, but they are probably doing that to cool the fire down and to we have a little bit of gusty conditions at the top of the hillsides right now, but the winds aren't that intense in the valleys quite yet. And on the western slope where the fire has to move downhill, the fire will move slower. So this gives fire crews and those helicopters time to put a lot of water drops down and hopefully prevent it from crossing Mandible Canyon, or at least hitting any more homes in Mandible Canyon. As we saw a little bit a few seconds ago, one of those C-130 Hercules air tankers, they're preparing to do another drop in the area of fire retardant. Probably not on the home like we saw those helicopters do, but they are working to continue to create a line around this fire. Right there on that ridge that leads to Mulholland Drive, that's where all of that Phos-Chek and all of that fire retardant is at this point, and that is the stand that fire crews are making on the north and the northeast side of this fire. But the big focus right now, you can see those homes there. We'll try and find out where those are exactly, but those homes are already covered in fire retardant, which is kind of a thankful sight to see at this point. As you see that fire helic right there, that's going to be from Ventura County Fire. So they are in the area, and you have a lot of assets from all over the place, all over Southern California, coming in to the area to help with the fire efforts, and they are giving our local fire crews from LA County Fire and LA City Fire, they're giving them a little bit of a break right now so they can recover, they can do maintenance on their helicopters, and they can rest their crews. So all of these crews from different parts of Southern California and different parts of the southwestern United States are now in the area here helping with this firefighting effort now as the fire creeps slowly down Mandible Canyon into Mandible Canyon, and we unfortunately do have our first home lost in Mandible Canyon. A little bit upslope, so not in the bottom of the canyon where all the rest of the homes are, but unfortunately that is our first home lost there in the center of your screen, near the address of 3300 Mandible Canyon Road. Mark and Irene. Copy that. Yeah, you can see the 405 freeway at the bottom of your screen. It is still a bit, a good distance away from where the flames are. The flames would still have to cross Mandible Canyon and go through the Mountain Gate community, which is definitely what fire crews are going to do everything in their power to prevent. We may see little fingers of this fire kind of get close to maybe this side of the Mountain Gate community, but I don't foresee an impact to the 405 freeway, at least in these early morning hours. Once the winds pick up a little bit later on, you can't really predict anything after that. So that will be a concern then. If you have to use the 405 right now, I think you should be fine. I don't even see any traffic down there that's too bad at this point. When we were on that wide shot, you could see
this this giant plume of smoke that this fire is still putting up. As you see another air tanker prepared to make another fire retardant drop there through the center of your screen. But all of this smoke that the fire is putting up is moving to the southwest. Unfortunately, it's moving over, the Pacific Palisades community that's already been, doesn't need anything else to worry about, let alone air quality issues. A little bit over Santa Monica as well. So if you're in the Santa Monica area, beautiful drop there, by the way, by that air tanker, pretty much putting a line of fire retardant right in between those flames and the homes in the Mandeville Canyon community. And that is what I was hoping to see here shortly. You have the helicopters making individual water drops, but these long lines of fire retardant, that is what is going to hopefully help slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it. As it is, it's creeping down the hill, which is what it will do in these circumstances as it's going downhill. And hopefully that, because of the slower rate of spread that the fire is moving at right now, hopefully that gives fire crews enough time to bring in more water drops, more fire retardant drops, and really put a line of defense on the upper slopes of Mandeville Canyon, even though unfortunately we do have that one home lost so far at 3300 in the vicinity of 3300 Mandeville Canyon Road. I don't want to give an exact street number because I can't confirm that, to be honest, from this altitude. We're still at about 7,000 feet, so we're above this layer of smoke right now. What this layer of smoke can tell us is that there isn't a lot of wind, but there is a push. We're beginning to see that push from the north to the south, and we're seeing that smoke be pushed to the south and to the southwest offshore. So that's where that's the overall trend of wind right now. So not good news for the folks in Brentwood. Even though fire crews are in those areas, they have structure protection in those areas, and they're going to do everything in their power, as we've said, to prevent any further spread of this fire into homes that have defensible space that are able to be defended. Unfortunately, that home there on the right side of your screen, it didn't appear to have any defensible space, really, and that is why that's why I believe we saw fire crews, once they saw it go up, they knew that there was nothing else they could really do except for prevent further spread from the home to the brush. And we're seeing a little bit of these flare-ups as the fire continues to creep down the hill towards Mandeville Canyon. But again, the good news is it has to go down before it comes back up, and it will move slowly down. There isn't a wind component right now that is pushing the fire downslope towards Mandeville Canyon. It's just a lot of fire, and it's a long line of fire. The fire line right now runs from the top of the Santa Monica Mountain slope pretty much right on Old Mulholland Drive, the dirt road. That's the far north end of the fire that has active flames right now, and this is running all the way down to the kind of about halfway down Mandeville Canyon Road. I know Josh Haskell was on earlier talking about how Mandeville Canyon is the longest dead-end road in the city of LA, I believe was the stat that he mentioned, and the fire line runs about halfway down Mandeville Canyon. So that just paints a picture of just how much of an active fire crews are working on right now, and they're throwing everything they have at this. They have the crews on the ground that are stationed for structure protection, so they're not actively climbing the hill putting out the fire. They're set up and setting up a line of defense for structure protection. And you have these helicopters, this one in particular, that's going to be National Guard right there, a Firehawk from the National Guard doing an amazing water drop right there, trying to cool those embers on the upper slope there of Mandeville Canyon. You see another one coming in right behind it, and this is really an amazing sight to see, because that's going to be Orange County Fire right there. They are coming in one after another, these Firehawk helicopters, to put as much water as they can as the fire once again inches down Mandeville Canyon slowly, giving fire crews hopefully the time they need to knock out a lot of these hot spots and get it, and hopefully prevent it even from crossing Mandeville Canyon at all. Well, we did see the one that isn't being used. It's still at Van Nuys Airport. It is parked there. The FAA is doing an investigation. They're inspecting the aircraft. So one Super Scooper is indeed off limits. The other Super Scooper I haven't seen up in the area personally. We're going to try and effort details on where that one went. It was not at Van Nuys Airport, so I don't know if it went to another airport for service or anything like that. But they've been working the past few days, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that their crew has timed out and they are taking a mandated rest break for their crews. So that could be the situation with that other Super Scooper that was not damaged by that drone strike earlier this week. But we do know that one of them still on the tarmac at Van Nuys Airport, right where Air 7 is based, and still grounded for now. So one Super Scooper out of commission right now. The other Super Scooper, we're going to find out where that is and find out if that's going to be available to help with this firefight today. Amazing. Yeah, the house is still burning, and there's a lot of smoke that that those water drops are creating. So we might even lose the home behind the smoke, but you could still see those really hot flames right there in the center of your screen. The porch that those water drops really hit hard a little bit ago. That porch is they've done a lot of work on that, but you're still seeing some flames because the fire was just burning so hot in and around the home. But hopefully they're going to try to prevent the fire from spreading into the brush that was around that home, which is just a really difficult ask right now. We have, if Marcel widens out the shot and pans to the right, we have another DC-3 tanker. I think this is the DC-10, excuse me, coming into the frame. I believe it might be setting up for just an observation pass right now. It looks a little bit too high to do a fire retardant drop right now. And that appears to be what it's doing right now. But that's just an amazing sight because these DC-10 tankers can drop so much fire retardant, such a long line of fire retardant, hundreds of feet in length, and to see a plane that big flying low over these residential areas is just an amazing sight to see. So we saw it do kind of a supervisory pass of the area to try and see where it needs to affect its drop. There's a lead plane that also does a lower pass of the area, and that lead plane will talk on the radio with the pilots of this DC-10, and they will negotiate where that drop needs to be specifically, and then that lead plane will lead the DC-10 into exactly where that drop needs to be made. You'll see a little puff of smoke come from that lead plane, and then the DC-10 tanker will drop the fire retardant right there where you saw that puff of smoke, or right a little bit past that. But this is just an amazing sight there. You see the 405 freeway right in the background, and this DC-10, this very large, this is a passenger aircraft. It possibly has a past life as a airliner many years ago, and then has been repurposed as a fire tanker. So it's just amazing to see that plane be put in service for this use that is very beneficial and very much needed in this community. We see the DC-10 turning back around. It does appear to be a little lower right now, but I don't see the spotter plane, so I'm not sure if it's going to make a drop right at this point. It might be making another pass, trying to figure out, the area of need right now where fire retardant needs to be is a little bit low in the canyon. It's a little bit obscured by smoke, so that tanker pilot, may be kind of weighing his options right now to see what options he can take, where he can actually affect a drop, and if he can even affect a drop that low in the canyon where there's still a lot of smoke right now. The tanker has climbed a little bit in the air. He's probably about 2,000 feet over the fire scene, so I don't think he's going to make a drop at this time, but he's still circling the area, still kind of looking around, seeing, and deciding if and when that tanker can make a drop. And when he does, that's just an amazing sight to see, because like I said, it's a few football fields long of fire retardant of a line that can become a fire line that fire crews can work with and really hope to slow down this fire once again that is creeping down Mandeville Canyon, down the western slope of Mandeville Canyon towards the road down there at the bottom of the canyon. You can see there another flare up there. That's on the west side of the canyon where there's a lot of brush. There's a lot of brush that hasn't burned in many, many years, so you know, you're going to see these flare-ups as the fire kind of gets embedded in and around that brush. But hopefully with these water drops, with these fire retardant drops, you'll see fire crews really and hopefully slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it even from crossing Mandeville Canyon. You could see right there at the center of your screen that pink hue on the hillside. That's where fire retardant has already been dropped. And you could see the white smoke. You could see a little bit less fire activity there, but I'd be a little bit concerned about the flare-up that we're seeing a little bit on the right side of your screen and a little bit of the flare-up at the center of your screen, because that might be below the fire retardant. They might have to bring in another helicopter to do a drop on that particular location. And I'm looking to see if any of those helicopters are around right now. I don't see any particularly in view, and I think the DC-10 tanker might be doing another lap around, hopefully, like we said, to do another drop very shortly, because it would be pretty amazing if we see that. I see the DC-10 flying right over Upper Encino right now, and the lead plane is doing a tight turn around that hillside, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something on this pass, because, you know, I keep kind of teasing what we're going to see, because it is just an awesome site, and if they can utilize all of these resources and really get this this line of fire retardant right where they need it, that can be exactly what fire crews need, as we said, as the fire creeps downhill. It's slowly going downhill, and that is a very important thing to see. You see the lead plane dropping a little bit of smoke there. The DC-10 pilot is following that smoke, and there you see the fire retardant drop starting, and he's going to continue. He's going to keep going. As we said, that can drop a line of fire retardant a number of football fields long, and wasn't that just amazing? Right there in the canyon, right there, probably on top of some of those homes, but that will serve as an extra layer of protection on the hillside here in Mandeville Canyon. 12,000 gallons of fire retardant that DC-10 can hold. Mark and Irene. I think so. I think we're going to see one or two more drops from this DC-10. You're going to see a couple more drops from the C-130 Hercules aircraft that is out here. Those aircrafts can't do lines quite as long, but I think we're going to see probably one more trip from that DC-10, and then that DC-10 has to go. You do definitely. I think that that line that we saw was maybe kind of in the you know, very bottom of Mandeville Canyon. It must have almost been right on top of the homes, because I don't really see it too much on the ridge. You see there that pink outline. I think that was from an earlier drop, and I think right there in the center of your screen, that's the Phos-Chek that we just saw dropped there. Pretty much right on Mandeville Canyon, which is helpful. That will help prevent, you know, if any embers come down into the canyon, that will serve as something that will slow the process of those embers catching those properties on fire. The DC-10 there flying through the center of your screen there. I'm not sure if it's going to try and make another pass right now. It's not immediately leaving the area, but it is kind of turning around, and they've been having a pattern, so to speak, of going from north to south. So the fact that it's going from south to north right now,
at one point there was 6 cops. And it's consistently picked up, especially in the last hour or so. That's when we really noticed those that wind pick up. And even Niku mentioned 15 to 25 mile an hour winds, and that makes a difference for these firefighters, especially given the terrain. They got to take all that into consideration. Also with these drops, right? We've seen them be precise, but it takes a lot of technique and it takes a lot of really planning and making sure that they are taking all of these elements into consideration, including the dry vegetation that we see all around here. And it does really help that the reservoirs are very close by, so those helicopters are able to grab water within 2 to 5 minutes, and bring it back to the area, so it makes those drops a lot more efficient. My question, Monica, you did mention that there were firefighters. We didn't necessarily see them in the shot, but we did in Kevin's shot, that they were positioned in people's backyards. You said there are about 12 homes on your side there. Are you seeing firefighters directly in the backyards of those homes? Yes, we are. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way and just show you guys all of these homes here. I actually went to go walk in that area to see if we could get any closer and give you a better look. But unfortunately, we can't go into these homes, right? So you can just see all of these homes here. There's at least 12, possibly more. And like you said, Irene, the firefighters are down there in the trenches.
Crew, we are not used to seeing the beauty of LA, and if you look out into the distance, you can see the hills, you can see the palm trees that big, beautiful blue sky. And then right in our immediate path, this awful, awful wildfire with all these beautiful homes gravely at risk right now. But again, even though there is the risk, these firefighters are here. They are protecting these backyards. They are stationed in these backyards. Also, on the residential street that we're off of, we did see CAL FIRE line that street with hoses. They are ready to go. They are ready to douse those homes as needed. And Mark and Irene, the wind just picked up again, and that's just what you hate to see, right? Because first off, it's blowing the smoke, but more importantly, it's blowing some of those embers and some of those flames, and now that ash is blowing right up towards us. And also, as we heard kind of explained to us from that LA City firefighter, this fire, the concern about it, it's kind of moving uphill, up elevation, and that makes it harder and harder to fight because all of those flames, all of that smoke, it's heating up the vegetation, it's drying it out, so it makes it even easier to burn. But as I send it back to you, I mean, just in awe of these men and women of the LA City Fire Department, how they are standing out there in these intense conditions, how they have their hoses ready, how they are dousing, using those hoses when they need to, and how they are doing everything they can to protect these homes up in this beautiful community. Mark and Irene.
Often in these hills.
That you reference, you know, the beauty of Los Angeles, right? And I know as large as Los Angeles is in Southern California, we know there's a lot of people that aren't impacted by this. I got out of the fire zone yesterday, blue skies and people going about their business, not impacted by this. But I think it's so important to show our viewers across the area what so many people are dealing with, right? And for you, Kevin, as you mentioned, being out of town, you do deal with disasters. You cover hurricanes, being from the Houston area. Real briefly, can you explain how this compares for you as far as the crisis level?
So, Mark and Irene, most of my career I've been based either on the Gulf Coast or on the Atlantic Coast in Florida. I have chased countless hurricanes. I couldn't even count. I've seen home after home, community after community just devastated by storm surge. I know the destructive power of water. But I'll say the big difference here. When you go to a community devastated by storm surge, that home may be a total loss, but it's still standing. You can still recognize it. You can see mementos of the people's lives inside. You can see belongings. You can see what's in their kitchen, their pictures, what they left behind. Seeing the destruction of this fire and seeing these homes, I mean, not just burned, I mean, some of them look like they have melted, where you only see just the essential building blocks, the actual concrete that they were built out of. You almost get a sense of there could be a really crude side of Mother Nature. It's tougher to see this type of damage, this type of total loss, than anything I've seen from a hurricane. It has been, I mean, it's been surreal for us, just because we're not used to covering this type of devastation, a very different type of devastation. And I got to be honest, Mark and Reen, it's kind of harder to see what we've been seeing unfold here in Southern California. I've just never seen so much scorched earth before in my life.
Absolutely. I mean, Mark and I are both from Southern California, and we haven't seen anything like this before. Living here with this type of damage, the fire, the extensiveness of it, it's really, really bad, and it leaves you with this heavy sense of just sadness, seeing people's lives, as he described it, melted and burnt, and it's so hard to describe to people.
We've had so many bad fires over the years. I think of the Thomas fire, I think of the Woolsey fire. Go ahead, are you saying something there?
Yeah, look at this flame up right here. So we just got a good gush of wind, and it just shows you what just a little breeze can do. Look how that breeze that just kind of hit us pushed those flames into new vegetation, and we see these flare-ups happening, and now even more smoke is being produced and pumped in the air because of all of this. And again, Mark and Irene, that was just from one quick, I don't even call it a burst of wind, that's way too strong, but just a pickup in the breeze. It's just incredible to see how that little movement, that little shift in the wind speed can make such a huge difference.
Yeah, it's so fluid. Every single moment can change.
In just a moment, we're going to check in with Nico Kazori about these conditions, about the weather. I do want to reference for our viewers who are tuning in right now, perhaps many of them more in tune with what's happening with the Eaton fire between Pasadena and Altadena. The reason you're not seeing a lot of coverage on that is because that fire isn't burning like this. And so this fire, the Palisades one, is the one that really has been expanding. We were told during the earlier morning news conference that there really was no growth whatsoever with the the Eaton fire over the past 24 hours or so, so things more stable in that situation. This one, it's totally volatile.
I mean, overnight, it was 1,000 acres that have grown with the Palisades fire, and we watched it. We've been on the air now for about 6.5 hours. We've been watching the fire expand and get really close to homes, move down the canyons here, and get within maybe a few hundred feet or so of some neighboring backyards, and one home actually go up in flames, thankfully not catching fire on nearby brush or other immediate homes immediately next to it. But still, it's very devastating to see all the effects of this fire and how much growth has happened overnight.
And the two major fires, the scope of each of them now combined is what you can't make sense of it. I feel like coming out of this, when it all ends, whatever that end is, because then comes the regrowth and the rebuilding, is the sense of unity, not only just in those communities, but Southern California. You get this sense of one on the process, on all of the victims that we all know. On another level,
and
right?
Not even after the fires, it's happening now. We're feeling that solidarity, that unity, that people coming together to help the victims, help the evacuees.
Things before that used to matter, that forget about that. Let's focus on the people. I'm looking forward to seeing that over the next, honestly, years to come. We have an update. Governor Gavin Newsom today announcing that he has increased California National Guard personnel activated to support the LA firefighters to 1,680, so nearly 1,700 service members now being deployed.
That is doubling the Cal Guard boots on the ground. Initially, we were told this morning that that figure was around 400. The National Guard, at least the California National Guard, what are they doing? We've been told a lot of their assistance is simply focusing on roadblocks, perimeters, making sure that law enforcement and firefighters can do their job.
And security, and making sure that people are evacuating. They're not in the areas that they should not be in, because there have been multiple arrests. We're talking about 22 arrests across the LA area for people being in spots that they should not be, or possibly looting or having narcotics on them as well.
There are the curfews now, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., I believe, in both fire zones. So certainly it's good to have those resources now expanding. That update just coming in. Okay, let's reset for our viewers this morning here at 11:41 and get a check of the forecast. Talk about the weather conditions. We saw in Kevin Ozebek's shot how the way the wind can maybe kind of create its own weather system right there on the fire lines, a lot breezier than we saw earlier this morning. Niku, what can you tell us about the conditions as we head into the midday hours?
Yeah, so the condition.
just pointed through here.
Yeah, but even if you put the sticks here, there's not enough.
With the prompter and everything.
How about if he, well, I'll borrow a shovel and make it a flat one. And he wants to be here. And I told him it's going to be really uncomfortable and unpleasant. Hey, yeah. So,
do you want to be an anchor or a correspondent?
Well, yes, that's the problem.
Now, could we convince someone to let us use their balcony? Everybody has a back. Still some comfort parts of guys too. So we got to figure out a way to make this work. Well, look, we can this space accessible and the fire goes back in the south. Yeah, no, we're trying to do this. If they pull the truck in. So then I think we're going to have to go over there.
Do this until February 1st. On January 1st, we're starting a 4-week chair workout challenge for beginners over 50. Here's a personalized plan of 7-minute chair workouts designed just for men over 50. Do this to get a flat belly, ease pain, and strengthen your joints. It's beginner-friendly, simple, safe, and requires no equipment. All you have to do is open the app and follow along.
Em janeiro, a poupança vem primeiro. Quem quer começar bem o ano pode aproveitar 15% de desconto em toda a loja e poupar em milhares de produtos. Por ser de toda a gente. O que rende é ir ao continente.
A verdadeira dor, nomeado para 4 Globos de Ouro. 16 de janeiro só nos cinemas. Nomeado para 4 Globos de Ouro.
Oh, snap. I meant that in a good way. Keep going.
Incluindo o melhor filme.
What does that mean? You know what it means, do I? I don't really want to start anything. Okay, good, then don't.
A verdadeira dor, 16 de janeiro só nos cinemas.
Is it like this one? I hear you. Oh, hold on, Michelle. We're going through a little dead zone here. Marcel, when you get a chance, can you put the IFB on Kenwood 1 too? away from Pasadena. Not to say that anybody's out of the woods yet. Nobody should let their guard down. Obviously, with multiple wind events still on the way, we don't want to let our guard down at all. And just looking at this destruction, you see why. But
the good news that I can tell you right now is I don't see any active major plumes of smoke, just a little bit of smoke hanging on the other side of the mountain, away from the communities of Pasadena and Altadena right now. So that's I hope is some good news that I can bring you right now as we continue to look at some of these using our sky map here. Homewood Drive, Altadena Drive. There are a couple of homes still standing on some of these streets. So you could see there's one there on the corner of Porter and Gaywood that looks like maybe it sustained a little bit of damage, but maybe otherwise still standing. There's a home there also on Porter. We'll try and widen out and get a little bit of a cross street there for you. But it's near Porter and Homewood Avenue. So there are still, especially as we start moving a little bit towards the west side of Pasadena, there are still homes in this area that somehow survived the inferno. And that's some great news here. But then you widen out and look at some of these other plots of communities that entire city blocks are completely flat. And I can't get over how shocking that is to see from the air.
Yeah, we'll work our way up. I think right now, Ryan, let's pick a major, maybe like Lake, and we'll just track it north, so that we can stay really close on some of these addresses. How far is Lake from where you're at, Marcel? So let's start at the bottom of the damage, and then track it north. And then do you have the street numbers? I wonder what school is that? Charles Elliott Arts Magnet Academy, Altadena Hospital. Oh, I see. Yeah. I think so. Chris and Michelle, do you like the numbers on and the locations on? That's all we get there, huh? What's the next one? Probably Marengo. So let's set up south again, and then we'll track the next major up. Is that school still there? No. Pasadena Waldorf School is a loss. Fair Oaks Academy. Mariposa and Fair Oaks. Everything in that intersection is a loss. Good turnaround. I think we'll do Marengo and Fair Oaks, and then that should kind of cover it. Lincoln, okay. Okay. Should we do Fair Oaks? Fair Oaks and then Lincoln. Okay. All right, starting at Fair Oaks and Woodbury.
What are they doing there with the ladders? Or are those just power pole stuff? Oh, cell phone antenna. Wow. Widen out a little right there? Is that was there damage to that school there? No, they saved the school. You said the fire station survived too, right? Hello, yep. Okay. Okay, copy that. Should we do Lincoln first and then come back and do that? Okay. Okay, copy. So somebody was at our 9? I thought I saw something. Yeah. All right, this is the 6 p.m. Copy, yep. We're gonna get back in position here and then do the 6 p.m. package. Copy. Check. Why can't I hear you, Marcel? There you are. Oh. So we're, let's come wide a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. In there, because that's the worst of it. Okay. Let's start really tight and then come out wide and see what the see what we got. All right, this is the 6 p.m. package. Let me get a timer going here. All right, I'm gonna turn off, I'm gonna lower the volume on Kenwood here for a second. Stand by. This is the 6 p.m. package in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we've been doing an aerial survey in Air 7 using our sky mapping technology of the Altadena area, and we start tight here. That's Los Flores Drive, that's Poppy Fields Drive, and Emerson Way, and as we slowly widen out the shot, you can see kind of the breadth of destruction that we're seeing in the Pasadena-Altadena area. A lot of the northern part of Altadena and the northern part of Pasadena appears to have not fared so well in all of this this whole firestorm event here. As we push back in some of these intersections, you can see that Poppy Fields Drive, Los Flores Drive, Marathon Road, Palm Street. Let's push in, Marcel, on Altadena and Fair Oaks, Loma Alta and Fair Oaks, excuse me. So that's East Loma Alta Drive and Fair Oaks, and you can see all of the homes on that particular block are a complete loss. On some of these city blocks that are a little bit further down and away from the hillsides, those tended to fare very slightly better. You'll see like maybe one home on a block or 2 homes on a block. Here, surprisingly, I'm seeing a couple structures still standing, but the vast majority of structures in this part of Pasadena and Altadena are a complete loss. For me, this is the first day that I'm getting to see the destruction on the Eaton fire side of things. I've seen the destruction on the Palisades fire side of things, and that was shocking. That was intense to look at. And for me, looking at this, the Altadena destruction, it's just as bad. It's just as shocking and mind-boggling to see what has happened here. People have compared it to a hurricane or a tornado, or like a bomb went off, and all of those adjectives are a perfect descriptor of what I'm seeing here, because the amount of destruction, the amount of homes that are damaged, we know it's in the thousands, but to just see it firsthand, it is quite the sight to behold. It is shocking. It is terrible to see, and to think about what these residents must have been going through, trying to evacuate when those winds were coming through earlier this week. It's a terrifying thought to think of, and now looking at the destruction, it is definitely something that is just shocking and mind-boggling to look at here. That's the view from Altadena and Pasadena from Air 7. Gabe Santos, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Yes. Yeah, we have a 7 o'clock photog and pilot. So we're all good until 7 o'clock. I'll kind of see how I feel at that point to see how much further, like maybe I'll, if you guys still need coverage, I could probably do one more flight after that, but I'll probably call it at that point. If not, when this crew goes at 7. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Michelle, we're about to do a hit, but did you copy that? Okay, copy, thanks. Can you put the parcels back on? I'll kind of do the same thing and talk about this for a while, and then talk a little bit about the Mount Wilson situation and where it is now. So are they doing water drops on the other side there? Okay. Oh, okay. Standing by. Yes, Eaton.
You're absolutely right, Philip. I have going along that same vein, I have a friend of mine that whose family has lived in the Altadena community for the better part of 5 decades, and he has memories of coming to his grandmother's house in this neighborhood, and spending so much time in the Altadena neighborhood. So many memories are attached to it, and he's telling me that relatives' homes of his have burned down. His home was safe, thankfully, but so many others are not. And the pictures you're seeing right now, we're getting a view now and using our sky map technology to really kind of hone in on what streets, what intersections, and even what parcels are affected. And hopefully this is going to give people at home a view of what buildings exactly have burned down and what still remain. You could see there at the bottom of the screen, there's a couple homes on the west side of Highview Avenue, looks like 2823 and 2817, that may have survived this. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where the parcel numbers are pinned to because we're at a bit of an angle, but you can see on the other side of the street, the 2800 block, going from 2744 and up. Those are a complete loss. As we continue panning over to Fair Oaks Avenue and Mariposa Avenue, we're able to give exact addresses here, and like 30 Manor Street. There's nothing around there, so you could safely surmise that building is a complete loss. But then you see others. There's pockets of homes that have made it. There's complete city blocks that are complete losses, and then there's pockets of homes that have made it. 175, I believe, that's Mariposa. 193 Mariposa. Those appear to have made it, and this is kind of a luxury that we have to give exact addresses. I want to be careful because the layering can be off by 1 or 2, but when you look at a block, you can kind of surmise whether something is probably matching that address or not to get too technical with it. But overall, the scene we're seeing here, is of overwhelming destruction. Glen Rose and Harriet at the center of your screen. A lot of homes on that block are gone. Ventura, a lot of homes on that street are gone. You see a park there that appears to have been, that's still there because there isn't much to burn there. But Grandier and Mountain View Street, there's some structures there that are gone. And hopefully, this is giving some people at home some kind of confirmation, some kind of closure maybe, or the other side of that is maybe we can help somebody realize that their home maybe is still standing. And if that's the case, that's definitely some good news in all of this bad news that we've been having to deliver the past few days. Yeah. Yeah, Philip, you have the National Guard here. You have CHP with hard closures on Lake Avenue and on Fair Oaks. There are very kind of stringent rules about who can get in and out here. And as we're kind of zooming in on some of these streets, all I'm really seeing are official vehicles. I'm seeing a lot of patrol cars, Pasadena PD, LA County Sheriff's Department doing sweeps there. There's a lot of crews from the power company. I'm not sure if that's Pasadena Water and Power or SoCal Edison, but they're in the area. They're trying to restore power to the area, which that's going to be a huge endeavor in itself with all of the infrastructure that has been burned here. We saw a crew a little bit ago trying to set up a cell phone tower, and you have to imagine a lot of cell phone towers in this very concentrated area have been destroyed, and those will need to be put back up as well. But to go back to your point, you know, looking up and down Olive Avenue, there's no other traffic there. There's maybe 1 or 2 cars, and that's really all we're seeing from this perspective. Yeah. Okay, copy that. When are you starting, Marcel? Yeah, I think I could go till 7 with this crew, and then call it at that point. We haven't done Lincoln. If you want to do Lincoln, and then that'll be it. Okay, copy.
Michelle, when I get back, I'll just email everybody and Pam our schedule for the next 2 days with coverage.
So we'll do one more trek north, and then she's going to give us one more address to see. Where's Lincoln, Marcel? Raymond, keep coming. I think that's too far. Is it on the other side of Raymond? Go down. So west of Lake, left, keep coming left. Marengo, Fair Oaks, Lincoln. Okay, so come down on Lincoln, and we'll start low and trek north with the ship. That's kind of fine. Okay, so we'll start Lincoln, and there's Lincoln and Woodbury. Keep coming north. We could trek north. Lincoln and Figueroa is kind of where it starts. For what's our fuel? We're looking 50, 50 minutes, 50. Is Newscopter still up? Okay. All right, Michelle, we've done Lincoln. Yep. Can you do it on the two-way? Hold on. We're gonna switch over. We're gonna switch over to the two-way, and then I'll have you tell me on the two-way. Let me know when it's there, Marcel. All right, on the two-way, what was that address again? No. We don't have service up here. Well, I might. If you could tell us the address on the two-way, we'll be able to write it down. Copy and route Santa Anita. We still gotta stay at 10K, huh? Copy all. $10,000 feet. I got you now, yep, I got you now. Yeah, I did. I think I got the gist of what's going on in Santa Anita. A little bit at an angle so you can see better, and then, yeah. Oh, sorry, Ryan. We'll be about 30 seconds away from a good position. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, Philip. I think I heard Kevin say earlier that he was, you know, just in awe of the spirit of everybody in this community just coming together. And when you look down and you see all those people and all those supplies, I've seen the live shots that we've been doing over the course of the past couple of days. First, they were positioned at the Rose Bowl, and then fire crews actually needed to use the Rose Bowl parking lot for staging, so they had all of these volunteers basically move over to the Santa Anita racetrack, and that is where all the volunteers are positioned, and that's where they're collecting goods now as well. And just to see, you know, I wasn't expecting this to look as impressive, but you know, looking down, we're at 10,000 feet. We have to be this high because there's still air restrictions over the Eaton Fire area due to tankers and other helicopters continuing to kind of make sure things are okay with this fire. But even at 10,000 feet, you're looking down at all these cars and all these people down there. It's just a very, very impressive and heartwarming sight to see here, guys. Copy, en route Palisades. It's apparently there's like fire staging down there. Oh, really? It's kind of too far apart. Yeah, Michelle, if you could hear me, this is the basically a giant campsite for all the fire crews. They've kind of taken over the Rose Bowl. Yeah, yeah. There's probably camp crews from all over the West Coast. Those trailers are sleepers. What do they got? Like 6, 8, 10 beds per trailer? Yeah. And tents too? Wow. Food trailers, the command post. They've taken over the Rose Bowl. Look at all those tents. Yeah, we're continuing west as Marcel shoots that. Oh, he's up high. That's a C-130. They're up so high. Wow. Ramona. Well, that's a little ways. Yeah, over to Palisades. Broke up a couple times, but I think you said do the same thing we did over Altadena and the damage on the Palisade side. Okay. Talking or just shooting? Eight or 7. So Michelle, we're going to look at We should be able to be fine with the flight restrictions as long as the smoke isn't like laying right on top of it, because we're still gonna have to be pretty high. You want us to go straight to that, or just shoot some, get some flames first? Okay, copy. So, Ryan, the request, what's that? We're, yeah, but we're still pretty far, so you could use the shot, but we're not really close enough to see any specifics yet. go for Gabe? We're gonna try and get in a better position, but we're yeah, we're good. Okay, we're ready. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I think we get the gist of it. These are the alphabet streets, right? But even on the west side of that, there's burned out stuff, right? Wow. Is that Will Rogers or is that further down? Like the park facilities? Wow. Well, he hasn't kicked us out yet. I think he just wants to know. Yeah, Michelle, so we used our sky map to look at where the devastation was exactly in Altadena and Pasadena, and now we're doing the same thing with the Palisades. It's a little bit more of a smokier scene here because there is active fire and active flames on the Palisades fire right now, but we're taking a look now at Sosmore, excuse me for the pronunciation there, DePaul Street, just areas of the Palisades and into Malibu that are a complete, just incomplete ruins, and you see those street numbers pop up there, the 750s, the 770s, going into the 800s. There's Caruso Village right there off of Sunset. That one survived, but as we go a little bit further down and to the right, the Alphabet Streets, so much destruction in that area. Galloway, Embury, If Street, Kagawa Street, though Bashford, so much destruction around there. Chautauqua, Albright, the Alphabet Streets appear to have been just completely wiped off the map. And I heard someone say, you know, we were talking to a resident there, and they said, you might as well wipe the Pacific Palisades off the map, because that's what has happened here. Although, you know, just there's so many surprising instances where you see all of these city blocks just completely devastated, and then there's one house remaining, and you have